Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney live dub playthrough. It has been 2.5 months since we started this endeavor. I'm still in disbelief. After tonight's episode, we will have completely, fully dubbed a game of this magnitude. Not just me, but an entire community. All of you guys, everyone from the Discord taking part. Mods, members, volunteers. Y'all made this happen. We've got VODs to prove it. You can go back anytime. And all it cost was at least a couple $100 in gift subs while presenting evidence. Don't ever say I don't give back. There's no Cold Steel tonight. It's just the final episode of this. After tonight, Cold Steel will take over for Saturday, and everyone on the live dub cast gets to be free. You get 4 or 5 whole hours of your weekend back. By the way, giving proper credit where credit is due, the first version of Cornered that you heard, the remix, was a special remix produced by Tasty Waffle, who is part of the crew here on the Discord. The second version that you heard was the Ace Attorney Cornered Metal remix, created by Vincent Moretto. You can find that right over here. Do not worry, this is not the final live dub that we will be doing. We will be taking a break. Yuri 2020 Yuri, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome back for your 4th month. This will not be the last live dub we do. However, after tonight, we will be taking a break from live dubs, as we often do when we complete a game. Saturdays will be taken over by Trails of Cold Steel as I continue my marathon to get through the first 3 games before Cold Steel 4 comes out. However, after Cold Steel 4 comes out, we will be starting Deltarune, the live dub playthrough. We do have a couple volunteer spots open tonight. We have 3 spaces open. I do want to caution you guys that they do not show up until the very final part of the trial, and they are all pretty short, between 1 and 6 lines each. Let me see what we have in terms of what we need for the volunteers. Ba-ba-bum. We have two roles that are male and 1 that can be a random voice. So I would appreciate if we can have the 3rd voice be a female, but if a girl or if a female or someone who presents as female would like to use their points and take a male role, I'm not going to fight it. It's a community effort. But of course, we can't spend those points if the reward is not up, and I am going to prevent myself from talking over myself, so that's gone now. So why don't we get that open, shall we? 3 slots. First come, first serve. That is 1. That is 2. And that is 3. A big round of applause to our final adventurous volunteers. But of course, this live dub is not possible without all of you and everyone who assists with the live dub cast. So without further ado, let's bring in the boys. Collective boys. This is not gender specific. Free the beast! What's up, everybody?
Phoenix Wright.
Yo!
Whoop, whoop.
We're
Do
here.
you know we're doing a live dub today? Shit, I had no idea. I thought we were just chilling today.
No, we're doing Trails of Cold Steel. No,
I missed
Dude, live Cold Steel?
this is the part where Reen Schwarzer puts Chancellor Osborne on tribunal.
Oh shit!
For
then
various
executes him, right?
for various war crimes.
I misclicked my Skeleton Wars server, so I guess I'm just here now. We're gearing up for September 21st.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, so let's see who we got in part 1 that we got to bring in. I hear myself, I hear Emmy, I hear AKL, I believe.
Better. I hope.
We got to bring Cyan in. Bring Cyan in there. Oh shoot, we got a hype
Hype
train. Let's
train!
go.
Show the good.
Drift Sketch, thank you for the tier 1 subscription and welcome back for your second month. We need Steel in here. Is Steel in here? He is not.
Yes.
Bring him in. We need Asbel. And Steel so graciously volunteering to double trouble today after that incredible self-talking performance from last week.
I already drank. That was like.
Oh, I should get that. Oh, you're not sharing.
For those of you who are new,
I got a sweet tea. I see. I have your sweet tea.
for those of you
Easy.
who are new to the live dubs, here's how they work. I myself am taking the part of Phoenix Wright, but every other role in this game is voiced by either a member of my community or a volunteer from the community, someone from the stream chat who has graciously spent their points, and we will be voicing all text that you see on screen besides the text that's just like, this item was added to your inventory. If a character says it, you're gonna hear it spoken. This is hard. This is a blind playthrough. I have not played this game before, and I am not using a walkthrough. So, spoilers, not allowed. Hints, not allowed. And if we see you posting hints or trying to lead me towards a certain answer in the chat, the mods can and will time you out so I don't ruin it for myself. Why does it matter so much that I don't get spoiled? Because we're playing on hard mode, which means every time that I present the wrong evidence, I have to gift 2 gift subs. But, Sean, that's a recipe for disaster, you might say. And you're right, because I have previously failed 8 times in a row before presenting the right evidence, even though I had the right mentality the very first time.
It was a very funny clip.
And
Highly recommend.
And I still honored all $80 of it. So, the other reason. Go ahead.
Live stream for Discord, please.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I was about to remind him of that.
Reminding me as always. Also, I will be giving out a copy of the game at the end of this stream for every 75 people that are in the stream. Well, one's a guarantee. If we stay above 75, I'll give out a second. If we get above 150 as the average, I will give out a third. So it'll be easy to tell if we stay above 75. I'll keep an eye on it throughout the stream. For the 150, if we do hit that milestone, it will be given away via. I can keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out. I'll pick a potential third winner, and if the summary says 150 plus, I will contact that winner and we'll get you your prize. Just make sure you're a part of the Discord. What is going on? Oh my God! Simply Allegra. What is going on? Dragon
Here
Age.
comes.
Nobody expects the Dragon Inquisition. What did Dragon Inquisition sound like? Does like a red dragon come in clothed in Christian robes and just go? Yes, sir. I do accept gold as our Lord and Savior.
Sounds a lot like the Spanish Inquisition.
That's how he gets his gold piles. He just walks around with a cap collecting donations from members of the civilian community. If they refuse to donate, he burns them to a crisp. Dragon Inquisition.
It's just a lot more spicy.
We call that spicy smiting.
Yes.
Oh God, the spicy air is coming out of their mouth.
Spicy.
That's what you hear right now is what you sound like when you're being spicy smited. Now, is that from the dragon or from the person being burned to a crisp? Who knows? Maybe you'll never have to find out as long as you donate. Don't donate to me. This is purely hypothetical.
Too late.
I'll give you my money. Oh my God. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to begin this because if we begin this, then we're gonna reach an ending.
Yeah. Too bad you have subs to give. Let's go.
I'm scared.
So we're just gonna sit at the title screen for 3 hours?
Right.
We'll just
You
leave it
can't,
here.
you can't run from your problems forever, Sean.
All this come to an end.
So
Are you just gonna keep running away?
For those of you who don't recall, we do have section on the left side. Normally I have my webcam open, but that is not the case today. The left side is open for any fan art that you guys would like to donate. Oh, I have to do Alt and then Control, and then there we go. That's how we shrink the area. So if you would like to donate your fan art to be featured on the left side, please post it in Megastar fan art in the Discord. I will do my best to try and rotate them out when able. Just keep in mind that we do have a sleep schedule to maintain, so I do reserve the right to pick and choose which I air, depending on how many of a single person is submitted or the quality of the art. I don't want to say quality, but like just try to put some effort into it, and I'll appreciate you greatly. With that said, do we have everyone that we need for part 1?
I believe we have everybody.
Yep.
All right. Chat, how is the volume of the music sounding versus the voices here? And then if people on the Discord want to go ahead and say a couple things.
Yeah,
a couple things.
A couple things.
A couple things.
1, 2 things.
Many things.
It's pretty good if a little quiet. All right, I'll turn
Several things, maybe more.
All right, I'll turn
Those thingos.
I'll turn the
One
music up a little
thingy
bit more.
as a treat.
Cool. One thingy
Case
as a treat.
slippers.
Many
Caleb, you want to say
thingies.
something?
Oh, no.
All right.
Please.
All right. Well, I think it's time then. We've come so far and done so much, but in the end, this court is full of liars.
Wow.
So it's time to get to the bottom of this, the bottom of everything, and the very bottom of my bank account. Let's donate some subs. Let's find some truth. Let's get our 4 hours back, shall we?
Let's rise from the
Let's
ashes.
go.
It's Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, live dub playthrough, final day. Let's begin.
Wait, liars, this isn't Among Us.
February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Thanks, Ghost Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Make a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. We've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you this. This is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this. If there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law. Really?
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning on take him on, you're going to need this book. Or something like that.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence if you were unaware of. And Miss Sky found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me what more to do? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman.
Huh?
She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52. District Court. Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Just as a heads up, chat said that I was a little quiet. I'm not sure if I fixed that, but they also said, Emmy, you were a little loud, so I'm not sure if you need to reduce or anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Don't bow at me.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, sorry, I wasn't wearing my mask. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain.
I was going to say coerced.
You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that, I was merely thinking it. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and,
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Wait, then that means the prosecution struck a deal with the defense. It's settled. It's fine. The, defense, may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
That's okay, I can just return by safe. The defense call. Oh, God! Oh! Oh!
Get ready!
Oh!
And so it begins.
The time's finally come to bring out the real. What?
Fuck.
You can choose anyone.
Bruce Goodman killed Bruce Goodman.
What? Well, I'm gonna go with my gut, but. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way.
Could you imagine if, like, you called the wrong witness and it has you go through an entire line of questioning before telling you that you picked the wrong witness?
Just to
I
twist
wish.
that knife.
You get a non-standard game over on top of it.
Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, you sure you want to do this?
Not at all, but I need your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Grant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
I can't tell him I'm just very rich and able to afford all this.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Did you just threaten me in a court of law in front of the judge?
I'll allow it. This is
And a
entertaining.
prosecutor.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
He just knows that if he refused, I could have gone, "Aw, baby Gant, baby Gant."
Damon Gant is not a baby.
Then testify, baby Gant.
Very well. Then testify, baby Gant.
Yes, Baby Gant, you must testify.
The baby Gant incident.
As I recall, Nino and I were.
I was drinking water.
So I had a little baby in my throat. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Gives him the Phoenix right hook. Are you gonna re-narrate or just have me?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up, too. That's probably what spooked Dark. Made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for her.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. Ha ha! Murder's a joke.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was shocking. Did I mention shocking? There's a lot of shocks. Neil and that serial killer were lying on a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Dark
was also lying. Oh,
Excuse me, sir. I will let you answer when I'm done asking questions. Was Dark also lying collapsed on the floor?
yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway,
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
that's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be off staring at the court record.
Worthy, always a smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Oh boy. Alright, so I'm glad the game gave me a hint that I have to present something that ties him to the forgery. But it has been a long week.
Saved beforehand.
Right? And I do not remember anything about our previous progress, so we might ruin this perfect run right off the bat.
Let's go.
2 gift subs smell.
Must be relevant to the case I'm trying.
I smell it.
It smells like. Ah.
Okay, so that might be possible because it's in Chief Gant's safe, which if he's the only one who knows the combination, that would prove that he put something in there. That could also be it because that was in his desk. And since we're talking about forging evidence, so those are my main guesses. Like, none of this has to do with evidence forgery. It's either this or this.
I'm going to forever link this particular like music just to like you being like tense and thinking.
Right? You can hear the gears turning, right?
I can hear a click or two.
I hear the
the
gears
size every
turning in
time
your
you listen to
brain,
this
and it's all in character, and it's wonderful how into it you get.
Just have Phoenix like pulling out like drawers and everything. Just like hold on. Can you repeat that second part again? Okay, the third part now. Okay, the fourth one. Okay, the second one again. I just wanted to hear your voice some more.
Oh my god.
Kenna, do you want the photograph or?
Yeah, we didn't have a look at this photograph moment. We didn't have it.
If the court could wait just 15 seconds while and then Phoenix just like throws everything off his side of the podium, is like looking for one particular thing. Where the fuck is it?
Where is it? Where is
It's
it?
like, hold on, I have it. It's in here in my court records. Like, Mr. Wright, we don't have all day.
Mr. Wright, we don't have a court record. You're looking through your pockets. Oh man.
It's either the
where's
evidence
the
list. It's either the
glove?
evidence list. No, I want to look at the front.
Silly Sean, you're not allowed to look at evidence.
It's found in Gant's desk. Okay, I'm gonna go with the piece of cloth just because it's more likely that anyone could take the evidence list and put it in his desk, but not everybody could open Gant's safe. So, we're probably gonna ruin the perfect run right here, but let's see. Nope! This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related?
They aren't they?
Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before making accusations.
That's Ace Attorney! You can have good reasons, but unless it's exact, you're screwed. Oh my god. Two gift subs. This is my present to all of you. Make sure I don't put -2 and cause like an overflow error that gets like 25,526.
It'll reset the integer limit. You'll get 2 billion.
Oh,
What happened?
please.
What happened to your bank account?
All right.
Ace Attorney?
Was I at least right with my train of thought? Are we about to give 4 before we even start? All right. Okay. So I had a good idea, but I was like, I based it off of which was going to be easier, and I just happened to pick the wrong one. 50-50. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk, which absolutely anyone could have accessed. No, I'm not trying to defend Sean's train of thought. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside.
What? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's
Not
wrong?
only that, but something that was relevant to the case was found inside your safe. But I guess that wasn't the right answer.
It was found where?
Oh, fuck you, game. You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. So, he just said, because of a piece of evidence in your desk and in your safe, but only the piece of evidence in your desk counts.
I believe there were multiple answers for this one, actually. But, yeah.
Chief Grant, what's the meaning of this?
Ho! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who? Me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, everyone pays to work. I mean, in light of the detective's presence. Please, give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together.
At least not in Japan, because that's bad luck. Evidence and forgery. Also, Cyan, I'm hearing a little bit of glitchiness on your mic. You might want to try just resetting it, see if that gets rid of it.
All right.
That's all.
Let's see, what was it now? A jaw fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dog was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know, my birthday.
All right, Urgy. Happy birthday. Not every day someone turns 100 years old.
I know. 100, right?
Huh? What are these old guys? Telepathic? Evidence
Oh,
and-
silly Phoenix, I can't move things with my mind.
Hey, get it? Ha, look at what's on his chest. We're doing a cross-examination.
Oh my god.
God dang it.
It's not actually my birthday, by the way. It was just the first thing that popped into my head.
Oh, right. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know I hired criminals as my assistants 3 separate times.
Mr. Wright, the fuck?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Rhino prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
It's like you're finally facing the consequences of your actions, trying to act like a super agent.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Rhino. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Taking you to school.
are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dog was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Rhino. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
Not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise, murder, was Emma Skye.
We're back to Ace Attorney by 4Kids. Who are they gonna find out who disappeared?
Who got sent to the Shadow Realm?
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or it might wind up being the one pointing.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I.
I love that movie.
There. It's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
I've been allowing it for 5 cases. Why not now?
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly.
Wait, that's a 4th person.
Me, myself, and I, and yours truly.
My family keeps growing. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone besides the 4 people you mentioned earlier.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. You got them jokes.
Could there have been something else in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No, of course he would. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gat might have helped forge evidence?
Okay, the only guess that I have, like, if I don't get this right, then I'm gonna flounder all over. The only guess that I have is the fact that, Lana Skye was constantly, because we had the whole talk in the, detention room where she's like, you figured it out, right? I couldn't say anything, you know, he's been doing everything. So, because she was the only one that I know who was acting pressured, I'm gonna guess that she was the one being controlled by him. So, did I already save? Oh, I can't save. Shit. Alright, I hope I'm right.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
I think at this point I can safely guess that I was right. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? He doesn't play with nendroids like a real man? Well, wait.
It's even worse, Judge. After checking his office, I found no less than half a dozen Funko Pops.
You must mean Funko Pops, as in being someone forced to buy him the Funko Pops.
Admit it, Chief. You purchase all of your figurines from Hot Topic and GameStop! And you also assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her and buy these figures using your company card!
Righto, my boy. There's nothing wrong with Hot Topic. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor's been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
We're going swimming.
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Come to the USA sometime, Judge.
Oh, you're right. I'm going there. Well, here it's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in, language that a 2-year-old like yourself could understand.
Oh.
Here, look at the shiny keys, Judge. Look at the shiny jail keys, Judge. Jingle, 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 jangle.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
Edgeworth, your cyborg is showing.
I see. All right, then. Save the game. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and then it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
I can smell the money.
Oh, man.
So bad.
I was not expecting TL today.
I have no idea.
Well, how many pieces of evidence do you have right now?
A lot? A lot?
That's 10 there's 10 per page. So that's 10. That's okay. That's 20. Okay.
There's 30. There are 30 pieces of evidence.
We're already starting.
Oh no.
Oh.
Better get the right one.
That ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or maybe it ties Detective Murder to the Goodman of Chief Gant. What?
Take it easy there, Urgy. We don't want you to hurt yourself. You've had quite the shock.
Judge, are you having a stroke? Are you okay?
It's okay. It just happened when you're 100.
I don't think you should go swimming with how shocked you are.
The sky's the limit, Sean.
Oh my
$300 worth
God.
of subs.
Oh, I forgot. It's double punishment.
Yeah, you went to extra hard mode. Why did you do this?
Oh, show us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
That sigh.
We just need to put like the Sean thinking sigh as like a soundboard.
Yes.
Sean sigh as an emote when?
Oh man, just like an animated just.
This is fine.
Big honking brain cells.
Big brain. Big brain, Sean. Big brain.
Big bran.
Dated 2/21.
Use your wrinkled brain.
Okay, so that's my first guess. It can only be submitted to the chief of police. It can only be submitted to the chief of police, and he wrote the wrong ID, and I feel like Bruce Goodman would know his own ID.
Oh, they flipped it over. That's right.
Between 4 p.m. and 5:30, possible chest wound was caused. A single stab wound was found. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form.
But that means it's not even its final form.
It could... So it could also be he requested the knife be removed at Gant's behest, and so he ended up using that knife to kill Goodman. So that's my second guess. All right, those are my two guesses. That's where I'm starting. I'm gonna go with the note.
Haji Meruyo. Well, Chief?
So long as Rido here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Udgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you.
Boot to
Catch, friend.
You always
Wait, the music stopped. Did I get it right?
Keep on going.
All right, go, Judge.
You always were quite the Joker, weren't you?
Oops. Looks like I got it wrong. Damn.
Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you.
Oh, that's where the whole boot to the head thing came from.
Boot to the head.
I know it's hard that with all that's going on in this trial.
The music got me so hopeful.
Oh, get your baited, son.
Oh my god.
Oh, 2 subs.
But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago.
Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room.
Move. Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy.
I only have 2. I see. Alright then.
Okay, well, since it just gave me additional evidence, like, because I guessed wrong, I'm gonna just save over this, because, like, if it had it feels like it gave me a hint as to what it was. Go ahead.
And let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence, blah 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 blah, boot to the head.
Okay, so since they talked about it shows proof that someone was in that room, and we know that someone went in after Goodman, and we don't have anyone attributed to this, and we know that that's his code, maybe the timesheet shows that he went into the evidence room.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. I miss you, Shredder. I hope you're still alive on Neopets.com.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
He proved it. What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean you broke into his office and...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor, even though I just nodded in a no stance to say yes. The code was that very same password. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. All right, I may have gotten it wrong both times so far, but I've gotten it within 2 tries.
Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Oh, wait. What did I... Oh, didn't mean to check that. Yeah, well, look at my badge, damn it. Oh, I thought... Wait, can I present it? I can't.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
I can only go to the bathroom alone.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime, and no, I don't think you can save now.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. First try, bitches! I was confident!
Yeah, I was like, wow, you just went right for that one.
Keep going.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next.
Gant looks like a JoJo villain. Like...
He really does. He looks like a mix between Slayer and a JoJo villain. But
I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Well, that's a good question.
Exactly.
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Thanks, Judge.
I can't arrest myself.
You can't? But that's not possible.
Fine, then hold me in contempt. Who's gonna judge me?
I'm the only judge in this country.
Go ahead.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
Oh my god, he's Luxray!
Shit!
He's a Luxray!
JoJo pose.
Chief Gant, you didn't just plug yourself in, did you?
I've got a charger under the table.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
The silence is deafening.
I'm thinking I'm going for the three-peat.
What? I can't hear you over the silence. Did you save, by the way?
I have not. And I can't.
Oh boy.
Okay, the only thing that in this evidence list that he could have used in order to move the body the only thing he reasonably could have used to move the body would be that glove. Unless he put a shoe on his hand for some reason.
What do we even have right now in this case?
Unless it's either that or the screwdriver. Like if he said use the screwdriver in order to open up the car. Oh, that means it has nothing to do with the current case. It's either this or the glove. It's either this or the glove.
So you're saying there's only going to be two subs this time? Take a drink every time Sean sighs in thonkery.
But I need to be sober for my final line.
Okay, I was going to say the glove, but because it just said has nothing to do with this current case, and he just said, and here I thought it was useless, I think I just gave myself the edge. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. The triple correct. Come on. Come on.
Edward has the edge.
Come on. This is how we move Detective Goodman's body.
Wrong. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because...
Whoop, 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 whoop.
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. Yeah! 3 in a row, baby!
Big brain.
Let's go! Yeah, biggest brain.
I almost screwed myself over, but because I decided to check that tag.
Yeah, screwdriver. Yeah.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. The car gained sentience, took the body, ate it, and brought it here.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Edgeworth, how do you spell accomplice?
G.
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. Think of this photograph! There we go!
On every stream.
This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Grant, please, say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up? Oh, I don't want to go.
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. God, I have to repeat myself. I hate it. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all of this?
Just keep running away.
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Phoenix Wright goes, "I've done it, Judge! I got his confession!" Turns out he was recording the conversation. He's like, "Prove it." Plays back his phone. "I stabbed Detective Goodman." Well, that's all the proof I need. Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body?
I have more evidence, Judge! I had Lana dispose of the body.
If so, then show your proof, and prove that I am guilty of this crime.
More evidence. He said, I am guilty.
No, Edgeworth, don't! I can prove Edgeworth did it. I am guilty
Oh my god, this court.
It's literally shows a shot of just everyone standing with their phones held out going, I'm gonna prove it! I'm gonna prove it!
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof.
And Damon goes, see what the judge just said? Boop. This court will tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. You have to allow it. Oh, god damn it. I can't believe I said that.
Well, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of the body, besides the several recordings that we have in this courtroom?
Do I have any concrete proof?
Make sure you save.
Maybe no concrete proof, but you will have concrete shoes.
What am I? Wait, what is he? Am I asking for concrete proof that he murdered Goodman?
E.
So the two guesses I have are either this, because he had the knife removed, and outside of that, my second guess is this is a really dumb guess, we're only in part 2 of the trial, and there's more to do. So because it says I have no proof yet, my guess is, we still have to do part 3. Now, the only reason I would have known that is because I had to get info ahead of time about who shows up in one part. So if this is correct, I'm still going to give a gift sub by technicality because I shouldn't have known how many parts of this case there were. But I had to so that I would know who shows up in one part. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Yudgy?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yudgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
Oh, is that a game over?
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her.
Edgeworth! Oh my god, the game giveth and the game taketh away. The game was like, you're right. Just kidding. Now the game's like, I'm sorry, you were dead wrong. Unless...
Edge coming in clutch.
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial.
Before I gift a sub, was that the correct choice?
It was.
Okay. So here's the technicality sub.
This is one sub.
Edgeworth is Frisk. He can manipulate saves. He can save even when I can't.
Get out of the way, Luxray. We have... Oh, that's way too blurry. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify, like the baby Gant that he is.
There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Oh, right. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth, I'm gonna assume it's the person who's been under his control.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony.
Yes, we will!
This court is now in
Hold on!
Oh,
Oh, wrong
Chief.
Was
I'm a
big
fucking
again.
idiot, don't worry.
I thought you were going to eat. I also thought you had a deeper voice, but...
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right?
It's impossible. Emma being convicted of a crime she committed?
Go figure, I committed crimes.
Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Thank you for your gift sub, Wizard of Time, and welcome D15. D is gone. Either D15 gone or D is gone. So is Gan.
G is gone.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess for real.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Can you hear
That
ghosts?
chief. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
Not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
You're gonna have to wear her uniform, you know that, right? Could he...
Oh.
Still. Looks like we're all out of moves now.
I'm so upset I put that mental image in my head.
Why? It's fine.
You know someone's gonna draw that now, right?
I mean, I need to draw things.
Chief Scant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. The court of law is only supposed to work the way we want it to when it's convenient for us.
Settle down, Wright.
I will not settle down.
Remember what the judge said.
But, Chief, that is not a right to be so casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
That was the first time I was ever in a flashback. Holy crap.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
Who is that? Is that...
I don't know.
I think it's Emma?
I think it's Emma.
It's either Emma or Lana, I'm guessing.
I'm
You
so
mean-
sure
I
it's Emma.
think it's Emma.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Yeah!
Bada boom, bada boom.
Bada bingus.
Emma! Are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office.
Now that I've seen both of their shades, I'm half waiting for her to go, my actual real last name is Emma Gant. Emma Palpatine.
Oh.
Oh no.
I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth.
You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now, I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now.
Yeah, besides, in about 25 years, George Lucas will make a new cut of this game where he shot first.
If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
What does that mean? Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Cyan, is this the start of part 3?
I believe it's about to be. It should prompt to save.
Oh, okay. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
We're here, lads.
We're
the
here,
final part.
lads.
The final part
Final
of
countdown.
Ace Attorney. Oh my god.
It's the final battle now. Time
Oh
for the
boy.
Emperor to show himself.
Oh
Been waiting
my
doing
god.
How you
The
feeling?
hand getting struck by lightning animation was terrifying.
That was pretty intense. Let me see. Give me a second. I'm seeing if I can find. There we go. Where are the other tracks? All right, cool. Welp, this is our 15-minute break. We will be back at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, 9:45 p.m. Eastern. When we come back, we will be doing the final part, the epilogue, and once the game is finished, that is it. That is the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney live dub playthrough. Please use this time to get yourself some water, get yourself some food, use the bathroom, kiss your loved ones, kiss a baby. Don't eat the baby, please. Yeah. Take care of yourselves, and I'll get some music going, and we'll be right back. 15 minutes.
Don't forget to share this stream.
Yay!
Instructions and clear. Am consuming baby.
Are we muted now, or are we
Please
still
don't
on?
consume the baby.
Welcome back, everybody. We all comfortably seated. We got our vuvuzelas ready for celebration, our tissues ready for the sad, sad moments, our confetti ready for if Panda visits in the middle of the stream and we get to have a celebratory meow into the microphone, I hope. He hasn't been fed yet, so he has reason to come back. We're finally here. We're at a decent pace. I've only had to give $25 in gift subs so far. It's not bad. It's not bad. Some quick art credit for what we've got going on the left side. We have Gant reminding us of the important information provided by Griff Sketch. I am in love with the shading work you do. Like, that face is so good, dude. It's incredible. Vim provided us with Crowsworth, a very respectful man. The respectful beak, respectful clothing, and a look that could kill anybody with kindness. Maybe also his beak. Sakura Dreamers provided us with a throwback to the early 2000s with boot to the head. Dead-on accuracy. And finally, Steel Gantz showing us that it's not only his mouth that's full of shit, but also the other end of his body. And with that said, I believe it's time that we bring back the cast, including our volunteers, for part finale of Ace Attorney live dub playthrough. Let's say hello to everybody.
One of you, and I dropped the entire act.
You dropped the what?
You dropped the act.
Oh, we're talking about the one Among Us round that you and Emmy had.
We're talking about how you failed to discover the body or report the body
instead.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that
Big
was
brain.
fun. That was real fun.
Sounds very
But
sincere
speaking
in
of
what you're
bodies,
saying.
I think we have another case for a different body that we have to finish up right
Yes. Do we have our 3 volunteers in here already?
I believe we do.
I believe the order was Alexiel, then who was our second? Soccer Dreamers was the third.
Yes. Wait, is Sakura even here?
We had a new one.
Yeah,
Am I
we're
the only volunteer here?
Yes.
Or am I?
DJ Amamiya.
And DJ Amamiya. You guys are on the Discord, right? You joined the Discord and wrote your introductions, and you have members roles, right?
Oh, the rules. Get in.
Then hop into the waiting room. We'll bring you in here. Just join waiting room on.
Wait, are we coming up like real fast soon or something?
I don't know.
We're prepped, so we don't have to be like, oh, we're scrambling.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is incredible. I have to add this right now.
Oh shit.
You guys,
Oh my God.
while we set up to start, I'm gonna put this front and center.
You guys were laughing as I. Oh my God! Right here.
Oh my God.
I love you.
Say the thing. Say the thing, Steel.
So you're approaching me?
There it is.
I can't convict the shit out of you without getting closer.
Double there it is.
It's like, say the line.
He said it. They both said it.
JoJo joke.
There's just Edric the judge standing off to the side eating popcorn.
It's just like, yeah, this is going to be good.
Right.
Mario Edgewagon.
And I'm discount like I'm like old man Joseph. I'm just over here like Hey,
Phoenix is like Guido Mista. Every time I fire a piece of evidence, 6 gift subs hit me back.
Yeah. And one of them is crying for some reason.
Oh,
They're always crying.
Let's see. Do we have... All right, we've got Amamiya. We've got Soccer Dreamers. All right. Alexiel, as the first person who redeemed their points, we do have 3 roles. We have Bruce Goodman, Bellboy, and Random Voice. Which would you like to take?
I'll take Goodman.
Okay. DJ Amamiya, would you like the Bellboy or the Random Voice?
Ooh, give me the Random Voice.
The Random Voice. All right.
Do we know
Sakura.
when that one comes in?
It looks like, I think Cyan listed them in the order of their appearance, so it looks like it's closer to the end.
Okay.
With that being said, do you still want to take Random Voice?
Sorry, run that by me again, please.
Oh, I'll have Cyan confirm first. Does Random Voice come in after Bellboy?
They're around the same time.
Okay, so ultimately doesn't matter. So would you like to take Random Voice?
Sure, I'm cool with it.
Okay. Sakura, will you be our bellboy then?
Sure.
Okay, and I was told there's one last mystery appearance, and even Cyan didn't tell me who the character was, but he said that the returning, or the cast member, already knows about their return. So I don't know who shows back up. I'm not even going to look at the voice chat list to try and guess it ahead of time. I'm going to keep it a surprise for myself. I legit do not know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious now.
But with that said, I will move this down into its little corner. It gets a special little spot covering up all that. All right. With that said, is everyone ready?
Let's do this. Let's go.
Welcome back, you guys, to the true final finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney live dub playthrough.
Fanart.
February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth, even though that's never stopped anybody before.
Of course, the truth.
Do you pinky promise?
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Turns out the truth is she's not sister.
Oh, that would be sad.
Now then, your testimony, if you will.
Emma, my name is Lana Skywalker.
First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. The one person who's been lying all this time now has to tell the truth. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication.
I worked along Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
You know, it's unfortunate because it's only a capital offense because the victim went, ah! If they had just gone, ah, it would have been a lowercase offense.
You took my joke. I'll fucking kill you.
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry.
The ESP is backfired.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside.
You don't
Deep
know anything,
down-
Emma?
Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Which I can tell you what that sounds like because I sent it to my wife earlier.
Wait, is it Screaming Quagsire? Because I just saw that go across the
it's
screen.
this.
You got good taste in emotes.
It's this.
I think Cheddar's looking a little tired, don't you?
Wait, where is this?
I'm also confused.
Oh, that's what it sounds like. Thank you, KK, for the gift sub, and welcome Neon Miru. It was from Bear in the Big Blue House. It was the little.
that one.
It was the little mouse going ah.
Oh, Tutter.
My favorite video.
Yeah, this is no time to start second guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Gant and the fabrication.
Got it.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Lana is the only correctly aged person in this courtroom.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
Turns out MV was the real killer all along. Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her.
What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do?
If it turned out Emma actually stabbed somebody, I'm going to laugh my goddamn ass off.
Why do you keep typecasting me? No.
After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim wound? Or the wound of the
Then
victim?
you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
What does that even mean?
My head isn't that bad. Maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body after finding the body.
Is that new?
Yes.
Okay.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
Stop! She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't have to be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister is lying!
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I'm trying to remember... Okay, I gotta ask the other part of this. Why did you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well. Let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in this body would be all the proof we needed.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it at that might put the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did.
Oh, that's interesting.
What?
Did it? I don't know if I can say it without... I'll keep my mouth shut for now.
Probably a good idea.
After your first mistake, I'll
Okay, okay. That's Goodman. That's Marshall. So my initial guess is it's neither of these new phrases. It had nothing to do with Emma. And I'm assuming the motivation is fabricating the evidence. And I'm assuming when they say fabricated, they mean messed with the evidence, correct?
Yeah?
Okay. Because then my guess is, well, if it had nothing to do with Emma, then why would you do something with this piece of cloth that had her prints, which I believe was with the vase? So that's my initial guess, is it's actually the last comment, and it's because she says it had nothing to do with Emma. Well, this had to do with Emma. So that's my starting guess anyway. I can say it?
Solid reasoning.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Nope. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
How exactly are that statement and the evidence just now related?
They aren't. Damn it.
Gift that sub.
Alright, so the interesting thing that I noticed, because wasn't there a testimony about a jar, too? Did that get replaced?
I don't think. I'd have to go back. If they switched something that I hadn't already, or after I changed a different piece that was earlier in the testimony, I would be very upset with that. But anyway, 2 gift subs.
I think it does.
Welcome, Artie, and Currently Bothered. I don't see anything mentioned about a jar.
Oh, okay.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body. Is it the same thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if like, Lana just heard that and she's like, I can't lie to my sister.
Right?
But she's proven she can lie to her sister.
Yeah. How does that make you feel?
It hurt.
You see that? You make Emmy hurt.
I hurt.
Oh man, I don't even know which phrase to challenge on this. This is bad.
So what you're saying is, it's gonna be a lot of subs.
There's gonna be a lot of subs.
Get ready, y'all.
We might see more than 11.
We might see like 20. Should we have a hard cap?
I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. No, wait. Maybe I have to present it on this one. Because, okay, this is all what happened 2 years ago, and that's when Dark and Marshall got into the fight. This wasn't recent, because the most recent thing was Goodman. So maybe I just had the right evidence, but the wrong thing. I can't prove that it had nothing to do with Emma, but I can prove that she was wrong about doing it all by herself, because she wouldn't have had the code to Gant's safe. Damn it!
I mean, that was actually pretty real. What's great is, like, the way that you're piecing this out, I'm like, God, that makes sense.
Oh my god. I thought I had it. I thought that was the smart one.
Check and see what we're dealing with again. Ah, okay. Okay. I steal it. Good deduction. Good top tier logic. Makes sense. But it's not right. Just because it's right doesn't mean it's correct. You're gonna hear this music in your dreams.
It's better than the Blue Badger theme.
Very true.
You know what? You're right.
Better than Blue Badger.
Hold on. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? She was the first person, okay. The broken prosecutor's knife. Okay. So that would happen to the other murder weapon. Switchblade knife, okay. The switchblade knife was knocked away. Okay, the only other thing I can think of...
Yeah, to be fair, you made it through you made it through that first part pretty quick.
Yeah.
We're only
seven.
Okay.
We're a little halfway through, and it's only 2 hours.
We're like 30 minutes ahead of time, in my opinion.
We know that this says Emma, but she didn't mention it. So, if she was at the crime scene and she only mentioned the knives and the bodies, then that means she wouldn't have said anything about the jar. I'll try this. Oh, come on! I'm not giving up on this jar then. I'm gonna... It's those two statements that I want to keep doing.
Make sure you write down so you're not repeating actions.
No, I know what the statements are. It's this last one.
Hedgehog, Sonic, and Angels.
And that was... The jar was also in the safe. So if she didn't notice the jar and it was moved into... So she thinks she did it all by herself. But if she didn't mention the jar, that means the pieces were already in the safe, and the only person who had access to that was Gant. Oh, come on!
Another one.
Oh!
I will say, when you do give up and you need help, I have hints ready.
I'm not gonna take hints. This has to be legit. How much have we given so far? 65?
I don't remember. It's gonna be more. I haven't kept count because we're still climbing.
But that is freaking back, though.
Yeah, they're at 15 subs currently.
Tonight. I wonder how many throughout the course of this thing.
Too many.
Over 209.
I can see it.
Supposedly.
It's okay, Sean. It's just retroactively balancing how fast you were speeding through
Right.
earlier.
Yeah.
All things in balance.
All things should be.
Except your bank balance. Maha.
Oh.
Watch you.
Man, even his bank account's gonna be worse than Gumshoe's at the end of this.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, buddy, if you need a loan, I could offer you the 25 cents I got left on me.
Oh, poor Gumshoe.
It's like that meme of the dude
Oh,
getting
it
robbed.
changes her
Yes.
testimony based on which one you picked. So
Yes.
when I
Who
went
said that?
when I
Who
went
said that earlier?
I didn't understand what you meant. I thought you meant it had gone back and adjusted one of the previous statements. Like, for example, instead of saying I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, blah blah blah, it would say I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and then did this. Like, it changed a previous statement, not that it swapped out which statement was available. So the reason I didn't get it right was because it had changed which extra statement was there.
Oh, that makes
yeah,
it
sure.
worse.
Yeah, when AKL said that there wasn't a thing about jars.
So,
that makes it worse, though.
if I hadn't gone back and asked again about the body, I could have gone through that entire section of statements and never been right because the wrong or the right statement wasn't available again.
That's really unfair.
So, because I have to mention the piece of the jar that shattered during the events, but that can't be right because she only mentioned... Piece of the jar you need.
That seems really unfair, though. That
So
is.
if I recall correctly, I think the mechanic comes up in later games too.
Yes, it does.
When you first found the body, the jar was already, it had been shattered to pieces. But that can't happen because when she got to the scene of the crime, the jar pieces were in the safe. Oh wait, did we already say this?
No.
I don't think
You kind of just went through.
Oh,
it.
I'm so sorry. All right, well, no, we can.
No, we have said that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we've said this before.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So this mechanic actually comes up in the later games? I don't remember when it did. Then again, it's been forever since I've played the Ace
So
Attorney
no,
2.
if that was the other piece that was in the safe, and if they ended up in the safe, then Gant had to be involved. Oh!
The brain.
Oh!
That is fucking mean. That is mean.
Oh shit.
That is something the game had never done before now, where it would only show a specific statement based on which question you asked on a previous
It was the final boss. Come on.
This guy, I was ready for it to be so much worse. Oh my god, Edgeworth is saving us from beyond the grave. But I'm not dead yet. Edgeworth is saving us from beyond the grave.
He says, stabbing Edgeworth with some of the evidence.
Already.
This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
Yeah, it did. That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood, which I then proceeded to lose about $75 over.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
We're gonna just pretend that it was art, and I commissioned it at the price of $75 to be written on the side of the vase.
That's legit.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. Just like you. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message.
Get it? Because he's British! Ah! It only works because he voiced it.
We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor.
Number 15, unaccounted for evidence.
The last thing you want in your unaccounted evidence is someone's broken jar.
It seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the blood? Message in blood message?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I think I might have gotten it right with the wrong answer, but now the wrong answer is the right answer, and I'll explain in a second.
Free rights to make a left.
Which means I was saved from that previous one by sheer dumb luck.
Lady luck, eh?
Phoenix.
Too nice we could be.
So, the jar was already broken?
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as not as feeble as the judge's spine when I snap him over my knee.
What did you just fucking say to me?
Hey, look,
what did
man.
You think it mean? What did you think it mean, Phoenix?
I'm allowed to threaten in court. You just allowed it 3 times.
Shut up for a second. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail.
What does her orientation have to do about this?
Oh my god!
I love that!
Call back to the old jokes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
I feel so validated.
Same.
Please continue.
Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet. Make up more lies!
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
Damon Gant isn't here. Why are you shocked?
Fair point.
Pikachu.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana.
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even I always carry a pocket light and a camera with lux rays all over it.
Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Because I can.
I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
I just imagine Marshall in the back of the courtroom with his feet up on the desk going, why?
Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Mr. Marshall, stop yeeing your haws.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. You can still treat her even worse. There's still plenty of time to make up after that as well. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. Because Gant's an ass.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
Because he's an ass!
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. Give or take $50. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Alright, so here's where I think I'm really stupid. So the previous one, I was making the assumption that the jar was already in the safe, but as we showed in the answer, the reason why it was written was because the jar hadn't been broken yet. So that's where I was wrong, and I was dead lucky. But now, I'm going to guess the same thing, which is, no, you couldn't have gotten them all because Gant was there before you because he murdered so-and-so, and then he took the pieces and he put them in the safe. So I was...
In the safe?
I was right, but on the wrong question.
So you're right.
You literally took 3 less.
Holy fucking shit! This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. Booyah! Right answer, wrong time. My wallet is crying with relief.
Please quiet
Except
down.
that game is in the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. I was stupid lucky 15 minutes ago. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone a detective whose private information we will leave unknown.
That may well be, but look, everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Could you believe it?
Man, the judge is really like...
Your Honor, have you forgotten?
I always do.
When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken, just like your brain.
Oh, yes.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
Edgeworth got those yes lips.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs in my dentures. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, since you so badly want to be part of this discussion, can you answer us that?
No! I did it! It was me! I lost my own dentures! Wait a minute, I'm not the one on trial here!
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hide one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence. And they both high-five like Mordecai and Rigby.
Yeah.
Best trial people ever! Best trial people ever! Oh yeah!
And then they just do a collective.
Chief of police was on the scene, send him back in jail.
Gamer moment, Mr. Wright.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
It even worked. Mordecai and Rigby, Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright is blue, Edgeworth is an asshole.
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason.
Oh, Discord's glitching.
The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
I hope no one discovers that I built Edgeworth from scratch using my hidden robotic skills so that he could aid me in this trial. Oh!
Yikes! I did it on my own.
The Archbishop of Sloth, Lana!
Oh.
Please, sis, you gotta... Please,
Yeah, what?
sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
I misread that as sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Oh
lies. Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth, Phoenix.
That was Asbel, Griff. She's the one killing it. Wait a minute. What if every time this happens, it's Gant using his powers?
Turns out the lights.
What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But...
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is still a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
What's that? Very well. I'll testify.
Listen.
About what I
Go.
apparently saw.
Lana Skye rhymes with lie.
All right. The
Discovered my
witness
true identity.
may testify once more. For the final time.
Just like when you let Mrs. Cough Up Evidence testify once more for the final time, 6 times.
Look, this is neither here nor there.
No, he's got you there.
Actual crime scene. The contempt of court at this rate.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword like we saw several times?
You were the only one who saw that. If you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
What?
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What?
What? What?
What? To me?
That was like the most legitimate what that came from you, and then Phoenix is just like, huh? That's your ESP working again.
Oh, is it in? It's probably in the book, and it hasn't been shown yet.
It's a picture I took of the crab, the head, the
Sorry!
head.
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it.
Wow, you're good. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Even if she's been fighting you this entire fucking case.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please, present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh, now it's gonna have me do 3D. There we go. Aww!
Evidence law for Udgies. Baby Udgies.
It's like a Tamagotchi. Oh, shit! Oh! Oh!
Oh, this is so cute. Oh God, he's dead.
more like yo!
1 to 100 real fast.
From like we stepped on the gas.
Oh my God!
Hey, there's a picture here. Oh God, not again.
Oh, oh, he dead.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be...
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
Safe?
I mean, I think I'm gonna have it, but okay. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Get it? It's a safe save.
Save. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was really hungry, and there I had a dum-dum in my pocket from earlier.
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. Stop choking, Mr. Wright.
Don't choke on your lollipop.
So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene. Oh! What? No!
Come now, Urgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I have ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad? Am I the baddie? Is that what's happening here? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
Oh, edgy.
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening
Game
around
audio
your
is
own
gone.
neck.
Oh, okay. First of all, let me fix that. He slammed that so hard that it took out the game audio.
Damn. Gant just came in here and broke the game.
And to make matters worse, Edgy straight up killed him with that noose around his neck.
Please read that line one last time for me.
And enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Fucking slain.
Kill him.
Fatality.
Like now, this is the edge in Edgy.
Like metaphorically.
No wonder there's so many ruffles. This man has layers.
So what? I'm shocked. This is me. Shocked.
He did it.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean... You still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't! But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, I'm sorry, time just stopped for a second. You will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
I'm gonna try something. I feel like if I show it, it's gonna be a non-standard game over. I'm gonna base it on this.
Make sure you save.
I did.
He did.
Okay, let's make it there.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And I believe the case on trial is not who killed... It was who killed Dark or something like that. But it's who forged evidence. Anyway, we're not here about who killed him. We're about a different case, which means the handprint is not relevant. Even if I'm wrong on that, it wasn't Emma who did it, so it's not relevant. So I'm gonna say cannot show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture.
I'm sorry, what?
Take a look at this photograph.
There we go. Now I can understand you.
See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
Yes, it's covered in blood. I mean, it looks like part of it's cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, hid a body in your safe. I mean, you have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at this crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
Why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief. Hey now. I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
I mean, I could pretty easily tell what that was supposed to be.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Ho, 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 ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you haven't.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. Didn't want to have to be that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself?
What?
There's that. I'm sorry, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you just said that you didn't have any evidence that you could present.
Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. A long, long dub. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
I think I have to say I can't show the evidence. But I'm not sure if I have to show the evidence by saying this is the evidence, or if I say I cannot show evidence, and then say why, and then I go, this is why.
Even if he's right, he's wrong.
Even if he's wrong, he's right.
Welcome back to Ace Attorney.
Everyone's gonna die.
No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints.
Wright, think long and hard over the circumstances.
Circumstances?
I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference?
So, Edgeworth figured out my plan.
That's a penalty.
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
You know, go ahead.
Give the sub.
I'll do it, but we got extra dialogue, so was it really not part of my plan?
Oh shit, you're right.
Maybe I made a sacrifice for the sake of the dub.
Aww, you already sacrificed $80.
Welcome, Skylord, Rukaru, and Chuckakyu.
All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Jake Marshall.
Oh, shoot.
Wait a second, I'm right here. That's Neil.
Neil Marshall. I mean,
Hides a knife underneath Judge. Yes,
I'm
Neil
gonna try
Marshall.
this. I'm gonna say it's not relevant. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna say, oh, I can't.
You know what? No more time-stopping shenanigans now. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please.
I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense.
Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright, and open up your wallet.
All right.
Right. It's accepted his fate.
Just like, you're right, Judge.
You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you?
I thought, okay, maybe it's forcing me to show it. It's forcing me to show it, and then I'll be able to prove that it's not relevant to the case.
There's no way around it, Mr. Wright. Let's try to do this one more time.
Welcome, Ed family and Raldat. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Let's see the evidence.
It's so wrong to be right.
It's so wrong to be Phoenix, right?
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open.
This is me becoming the character. I ended up giving gift subs because I was trying so hard to protect Emma. I took the fall trying to prevent from having to present the evidence. I am acting.
Is that really acting?
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather.
You see, I got so in character that I thought that Emmy was Emma and I had to protect her as my friend, so I gifted the subs, and I'm sorry, Emmy.
Are we gonna have another moment? Every finale, it's going to happen.
Every finale.
Everyone. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Now why would that be?
Wright looks like an angry puppy that's mad he got caught.
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Right after saving.
In just a second.
Just a minute.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. All according to Keikaku. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Oh, good, I'm not on that list. It's not me.
I don't
But
see
I
much better.
I'm thinking ahead of myself. I'm thinking like, oh, he's gonna say it was him, and then say, you can't prove that. Show the actual piece. I can't. The answer seems so obvious. He said just as planned. It's either me as Emma, picking Emma, or picking Gant, and pinning it on him. It's one of these two.
Mr. Wright.
I'm gonna go with it. He's saying proceeding as planned. So it's her handprint. It's her handprint. I'm gonna assume the game is gonna throw something else at me for a twist. So I'll play along, game. I'll play along. You better not deceive me. You've punished me twice now for thinking roundabout instead of going straight forward. So I'll go straight forward, but I swear to God.
Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
She seems happy about that.
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Woo! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints were there. Those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet. Oh, thank God.
What?
You okay there?
You're so
I
scared.
said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too.
It's not over yet. I have not been able to explain what this number on my badge means.
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy.
Not unless you can tell me what the number on it means.
The amount of money you spent on gift sets. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see,
This piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Get, your tyrannical reign ends here. Hopefully.
There's that time stopping.
Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
What?
What?
What? What?
What?
What is this line?
What?
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 That's the final clue.
The wax!
Did we read that's new,
We never
right?
read that before.
Okay.
I've never seen that line. This is the handprint, right?
Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric.
Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand.
That's Phoenix.
Oh, whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand is, yes, precisely what you just said, Emma.
Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
Oh, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. Let's see what's so scientific about it, though.
It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
This is just really oily hands.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hey, Gant. Answer me this. What's underneath that patch?
Underneath the patch?
What's underneath where the patch was?
Looks like a lot of blood there.
You're right. So if Emma had done it, why wasn't it on the patch?
Oh! It's fun watching you squirm, Rido.
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity.
What?
You just presented the patch.
Oh, so confident.
You just presented the patch saying it.
Oh, I got the game gave me one final fuck you.
Oh.
It gave me one final fuck you. What am I doing?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh my god. I was right. I was right, literally. And the game said, nah, I'm not letting you off without one last piece of subs. That's cool. It would have been anticlimactic if I gotten it right. Fine. Now it's over.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
And it ends the best way it could have. This is the picture Miss Sky took. Look at this photograph! See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Oh, yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Well, you're not supposed to be kissing anyone, Judge. Unless you're kissing Lady Luck for helping us win this trial. And that's exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside.
However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person decided to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Alright, I did promise that I would play this remix for someone who had donated points. So give me just a second to, I'll play this one more time before we switch back to normal. But it's the reprise. Wait, is this the right one? Yes, okay. Is that playing correctly? It is. And see if I can go back. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? I'll see if I can turn it up a little bit. Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
Oh my god.
Steel. Excellent.
It's finally all over. All right. Boop, boop, boop.
That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth.
Boop, 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 boop.
So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Nothing about this trial is fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
I did so badly because I was playing 5D chess.
You really
I figured out 2 hours in advance that I would need to prove one of the rules of evidence law, and it guided my choices throughout the entire trial. I challenged my own brain to 5D chess and lost.
You played yourself.
It seems. At last. The time for me to reveal my plan and bring this dub to a close has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Udgy, don't listen to his lies. He is the Antichrist. He's nothing but a coward.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What the heck is that? I've never read.
What is this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. So far ahead of the rest of the class that it cost me $50 extra. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, very fitting, Vimdeklis, we finished this by throwing the book at them. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture, and...
I'm sorry, what?
Take a look at this photograph!
No! You don't get to say that this time, criminal! Can you recall? When was that picture presented? I know! I wanted to rob it from you!
That was shown only a few moments ago. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you!
I hope you're ready.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
King.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day. He insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Alex? Mega Gamer?
He's showing like he's talking, but he's not.
I cannot hear you at the moment, dude. What's up? Oh.
Oh.
Hold on.
Hold
I
on.
think he might be going back in.
Try again. Do you have it set to the right microphone? I do not hear you.
No.
Oh. One more time. No, I'm not hearing anything. Oh, there you are.
I forgot my mic was turned down.
There you go.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All right.
Okay, let me read it again. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He's dead, that's why we can't hear him.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. What's the big deal?
You broke my trunk?
You'd make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did. The truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. I'm not good at commitment. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we are the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Urgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
I'm gonna fucking cry.
Those days are gone now, Reggie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
It sounds a lot like Photograph by Nickelback.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years. Few days.
Suffered is putting it lightly.
Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
Ordeal is putting it lightly.
It was nothing.
Lawyer.
I was worried the pressure might break you.
I definitely was almost broke.
Almost. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
She's smiling!
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, absolutely amazing. Not guilty. That's what I meant.
We did it!
My murder has been avenged.
What? That is all.
That was good.
This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over.
There's that background music.
Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Oh!
A double kick! And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh?
Great!
You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past freaking hell! Have over these past few days. You've done well.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
God damn it.
I did my best too.
In our defense, we didn't see that originally happen, so maybe that's actually how the flashback happened, because that was the first time we saw it.
Also, I love the flash forward to like 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, it's a flash forward within a flashback.
But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Fucking hell!
It's a running joke.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe!
There is gumshoe art
What
in
the
the
fuck is
banner.
it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. Came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. No thanks.
Pickles.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
I love him. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago.
Oh wait, no.
Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day.
Oh, there's that vignette! One last time.
One more time.
I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
Sis, you're only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course! You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma!
Oh.
Those fucking feels,
I'm
chat.
not crying, you are!
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright. Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Sorry, I was drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth? I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened.
What?
We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, and I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
Oh.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth...
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Oh, here it is.
It's something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. My badge?
That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership.
Huh?
It seems you still have a lot to learn as well.
I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
It's time for me to go.
Oh, you only get one chance?
You only get one chance for the ending ones.
What was the evidence? Hold on. Something that he handed us.
What? That's a lot to go through. I'll go all the way back if you want. We can talk about how what this dub means to you guys. I'll do it. I'll do it.
No,
please
don't. Please don't do it.
Why?
Don't kill us.
You could
Don't
you
kill
could
us
pull
for
up
your
a YouTube
gratification.
video.
No!
Of the real Wright ending after.
Something that neither of you would have figured out on your own.
I know what it is.
I don't remember what it is.
The Blue Badger.
Ugh.
No.
Laughter is great.
The evidence law?
No.
The one brain cell that you both share.
Glad that came.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me
shots fired.
Let me think about this.
The engagement ring.
I'm thinking. Something that neither he nor I would have discovered on our own.
It's a partnership, right? Mr. Edgeworth, why don't you help out?
Yeah, Edgeworth.
Probably because he already knows.
I'm so mad.
KK.
Is he saying something in chat?
He said hands Edgeworth the photo of Maya Faye's dead mom.
No!
I don't know. Oh, come on. All right, I'll go back, and I will give a sub every time I get it wrong. The price of friendship.
No.
The price of friendship.
Oh boy.
Can we skip? Does it allow us? Okay. So we can do all this. So while I do it, let's talk about our experiences. So what led us? Cyan, you came to me with a proposal a long, long time ago.
I did, you're right.
And you said, would you ever consider doing what?
I said, would you ever consider doing my favorite game of all time, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Got the order wrong.
And I said, you know what? I'm willing to look into it, but there's a problem. That, I know that's a really long game. I know that it has a lot of characters, it's got a lot of cases, I don't know the first thing about it, and I told him, tell you what, I will talk to the mods about if they would be interested, if you will do me a favor. And I gave this man a task. I told him, I need you to go through and compile a list of every single character that shows up across the game so that I can get an idea of how many voices we'll need to cast. Don't spoil anything, but just give me an idea of how many guys, how many girls, and I'll find a mix of people that I can hire and people that will have volunteer. That way we're not flying by the seat of our pants. And I assigned him that. I did not help him at all. And Cyan, the mad lad, goes off and does just that, all of his own accord. And I didn't even promise him this. I said, if you do this for me, I can talk to the mods about guaranteeing you the role of Miles Edgeworth because of all the effort you put in. So it wasn't even a given, wasn't even a guarantee. And this man, so dedicated to the possibility that I would do it, goes out and does all the work on my behalf. He presents it to me. He says, here's the summary of all the different cases. Here's every single character that shows up. I even poured through all of the summaries on the wiki to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Here you go. And even then, he didn't say, will you make me Edgeworth? He just said, here you go. I hope you'll consider it.
Here's the updated cast report.
Can we actually have that in his voice now, please?
Cyan?
Magenta?
What am I saying? Sorry, voice that was lagging.
Mr. Chiplock, here's the updated cast report.
Mr. Chiplock, here's the updated cast report.
Bless.
There it
I need that in
So,
my thank you for playing.
it is not because of me that this live dub happened, as much as I'd like to take credit. It is the community's willingness to come together week after week after week for 2.5 months.
I think you should save.
I will.
It's coming.
I know. I'll make sure to save before it comes out.
When we get to
And
the
it was this one man's ambition, the hope that he could get to see this streamed, and maybe he might get to voice Edgeworth, that made him do all this work. And here we are.
Save.
What a lad.
Goated.
Save. There we go. All right, now we only have to redo it.
Look at that! Look at that!
Beautiful. Good job.
We got to take some proper time, besides the credits, to thank who made this all possible in the first place.
I also have to say, like, this has been a great. I mean, I know we've done several live dubs, but specifically this one, where it is a visual novel and that was unvoiced. The fact that we actually went ahead and did an entire game.
The entire game, you guys. Oh my god.
This is so good.
Chat, I have to thank you for being with us through all of this.
Oh, you 153 heckin' people.
Oh, 3 copies.
And I'm pretty sure it was in the 150s the entire stream.
I will
based on every
check.
comment
I will
check.
pull 3 winners because I know we were at above 75 the whole time. So we'll get the +1 for beating the game. We'll get the second one for being above 75. I will pull a 3rd winner just in case and have them reach out to me. And as soon as I get the stream summary notice via the email, if it was over 150, I will reach out to that person and say it's valid. And here's your copy. Whoever the potential 3rd winner is, I need to confirm with you before the end of the stream that you, 1, don't already own this, and B, would like to own a copy of the HD trilogy.
And also understand that the 3rd person's win is tentative.
Yes. As you have to understand, it is tentative. You may reach out and say, yes, I would like it, and then have me come back and go, it was at 149, I'm sorry. Would I actually
you could
do
save
that?
again
Probably
right
not.
here too, and it would be a better spot probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just slowly saving a little bit
Right?
more at a time. It's like, okay,
I'm just waiting for him to just blast through the choice on accident. While he's
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I have beaten the game, so we are back to 1 gift sub per thing, but I will still honor it if I get it wrong.
Did you gift the first sub for the first one?
I didn't know that it changed. I thought I would get multiple tries.
Okay, well, I'll give you that one as a free.
We'll give you that one as a free.
Oh, good job.
Everybody
Cry,
gets
sigh, and
one.
cry.
Everybody gets 1.
You just get yours at the end of the game.
All right, we've caught up.
I need to find my own weapon. Here's this gun and several knives. There we go.
Doesn't Edgeworth own a gun?
Does he?
He has a knife.
He used a gun.
I mean, I know he has a knife, but that's about it.
Well, I mean, he had a knife. It's gonna go in police evidence now.
Here, Edgeworth, your weapon. TM-26, Earthquake.
Something that
Oh,
Edgeworth,
God.
something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
I am legitimate, very, very didn't say the answer.
What?
I actually said the answer in the very beginning accidentally because I didn't expect you to. But you hear it, so now we get this. So worth it.
Because you and Edgeworth work together, something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I don't know.
Cyan died. I remember.
Oh, what do you mean? Magenta's here now.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could, please help Mr. Wright figure it out.
Well, I mean, he knows.
Well,
That's
Mr. Wright,
that's
there
the-
is something.
Yeah? Yeah?
Do you just want to
That's it. Just that's it.
Is this Edgeworth giving the like up and down eyebrows?
There is something. Oh my god.
Everest was the frenzy along the way.
Eyebrows wiggling.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a thing that I had part of, and you found the other part of.
Yeah, what's that thing?
I think that is the best hint. That is good.
That was a really good hint.
One last gift sub.
And I'm not talking about our relationship.
Just for the heck of it. One last gift sub for old time's sake. Phoenix.
Might probably 3.
1, 3, same difference.
Oh, sigh.
I mean, I'll give this up.
You don't have to think about it so hard. It's just a quick reload. It's not even a penalty this time. Oh, dude, second hype train at the end.
Oh my god, thank you, your favorite Mike.
AKL, the fact that you almost slipped into the judge's voice saying that made that even better.
That's a gift sub.
At this point.
That's a gift sub.
Yeah.
It's friendship. It's friendship.
It's some kind of ship.
Oh, KK. Look at all this friendship
KK.
at the end. Look at this.
Look at all this
Nobody can
stuff
read
going
that.
around.
Look at all this energy.
Oh, what's that? You wanted to read your lines? Slap, slap,
Oh
slap.
my god! I feel so dumb. I'm gonna feel so dumb.
I can't even see the
I know.
Yeah, I can't even see the screen.
Welcome Tropical Ray. Welcome Cricket DX. Welcome Brucify. Welcome Ground Rattler. Welcome Luden's Favor. Welcome Advisable Audra 45. Warblade 1026.
We might need to turn off the emote. Just for...
No. I can. If you can't see me failing in the background, I don't have to gift more subs.
You fucking liar.
Welcome to Damon Gant's Revenge.
Oh my god.
Fucking houseplant.
Oh my god. Changing the gift to Damon Gant screaming now.
Ooh.
Oh.
Alright, while I think about this, I'm gonna swap out some artwork.
Alright. Oh man.
More art, are there?
And this is my partner, Luxray.
We only have one, but oh man, is it worth it.
He does nothing but scream all the time. Isn't that right, Luxray?
He knows one trick and he knows it well. Scream for him, won't you?
Ooh.
He literally just has one move and it's Screech.
Here we go.
Hey, it's pretty kawaii, isn't it?
Who do we have to credit for this?
That's Valley.
I love it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Like, there's been so many gifts of
I
it.
love the tone on the legs.
What if this is just like Godshoe being channeled?
Wait, I just noticed that.
What the fuck? The tone on the legs, like legit.
Died.
No, seriously, who drew that? That is amazing.
That's Valley.
Oh my god, yes.
I'll ping him. Where'd you go?
Oh my god!
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm so bad at this.
You're contributing to your own hype train.
I
and
am
love it.
I am the worst friend. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered.
More screaming.
Oh my god.
Is it the evidence law? No!
No, you dumb idiot.
Horseshoe gave you that.
I know, but I was like, we worked in tandem.
Is this a bit?
I did so well throughout the whole game.
Is this a bit? Are you really going to just trip and stumble at the finish line?
Is this a bit, Sean? You don't want it to end, so you're going to pick everything?
Was it the parking ticket? Was it the parking ticket?
You can hear the despair slowly creeping in his voice. Like Phoenix Wright is once again just pulling everything out of his pocket. Just, what was it?
And then
I have this
Edgeworth is over
receipt.
there like,
I have this trophy. I have my badge. Oh my god.
Something that I would have been able to find on our own. What?
Ah, yes. The despair. Delectable.
Oh my god.
Emma's just like creeping up slowly behind Phoenix, like, yes, I've been waiting for this moment.
Oh
Yes.
my god!
Soon, Phoenix Wright will be ready.
Oh
to
my
sacrifice
god!
his badge.
If you can't get this right, Phoenix, our friendship will be torn in half.
Oh my god. Level 5.
It was so good.
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot! He gave us the other. He gave us the other half of the evidence.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. It was the crumpled piece of paper on his fucking desk.
Classic comedy.
A part we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. I'm eating this fucking pulled pork while I do this.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Why does he hurt my heart so much?
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
It was worth it.
Edgeworth! Hold on! Hold on! Sorry!
Oh, that is some good sounding pulled pork though from how it's just.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was finishing my humble pie. What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happens kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I hear the tears.
I'd better be going too.
Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Look, Emmy, it's you and Mystic. And as for me, I'm going to Disneyland. But I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. A path to partnership.
Oh, whoa! Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, maybe okay with me. Folks to prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a god in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes.
God damn, Gumshoe.
Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had such a wild side.
Did you convince him to commit crimes, Emma?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill.
What? Huh? Huh?
What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You said that. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Ain't he the best?
Why is
Such
it?
the best.
I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Yay!
That final objection scared me, but otherwise, yay!
So that's where all
I
your
arranged
sun
for
money
rabbit
went.
mine and
That's
here to
what
take
Color
care of
said.
Emma. I hope
We
she'll
still
be
got voice
pleased to
lines.
study over under a top coroner. As for me, this affair was pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the Luxray's field. Okay, then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Yeah, these auto scroll.
Yeah, I remember
forgot
that
about this.
about these.
All right.
About that.
Everybody's coming back in the credits, though.
Here they come. Everybody.
Cyan, did you have me bring everybody that might show up in these credits?
I did.
Oh?
Yikes, I thought that was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said.
Oh my god.
It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
Sure can't.
Jesus.
Like, I mean, why else would he be all over this case?
Man, I can't believe we're here.
Also, that means that the other two random rolls. Be ready.
Yep.
Oh?
You can.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though! Someday I'm going to make Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe!
The megaphone comes back. What
That's so good.
He likes it, don't you?
Ah,
That's the only reason why I hung out with you guys today.
I love you, Fizz.
I love you too. I love you too.
Okay, okay.
Oh!
Hi there, everybody.
Is he gonna say something?
I eat babies.
What is this? Why?
I hate this. Why is this happening?
Why are we just here? Why are we just...
Oh!
He's dead! Finally!
It's dead.
Finally.
The demon is gone. Rip.
You won't see the last of me.
So is the blood bastard.
Now, did it die or was it freed?
I don't know. You tell me.
Don't say. Oh.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing me one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Oh, the
Their
cacti.
cactus.
Yeah, cactus. It's cute.
I love that.
He cares for his succulents.
I love these games credit scenes.
Looks like we won't have to be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Wright lunch. The top layer tastes a bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just to make sure not to eat it backwards.
I see what she did there.
You guys are so damn
Yeah.
talented. You guys are so
Cheeky.
talented. Ben Judge.
I want.
John, have you
I want-
considered? that maybe you are also extremely talented.
And
yes.
there it is.
Oh, shit.
Consider the follow.
I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Mr. I lost $70? Anyway, he's been doing something or other for how many years? Anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be, Oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, I've got to go!
Everyone's a ghost!
Yeah.
They're all passing on. The Shadow Realm. I knew it.
You know what's... Okay, I'm an idiot because I was like, I wonder where in the credits it'll say which studio this was recorded at.
I was also expecting
I'm
that. Bravo.
I'm so used to seeing like voice recording or voice localization.
Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Random person.
Oh no!
Never mind.
I was about to chime in, but never.
Sakura, just say it. Just say, hey, Mystic Maya, training's about to begin. Just say that. Sakura?
Sakura? Are they away?
Yeah.
Oh no! Sakura, no!
Edgy?
Bellboy.
Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Yeah! You did it!
Woo! All the stats, all the claps.
Mr. Edgeworth left the window.
It's an
Edgeworth and Smash?
It's my final updated autopsy report.
It's my own.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
And suddenly crabs.
Oh no. Don't do it! Don't do it!
Oh no.
Phoenix and Smash! Oh, it's the second best.
Oh, this is adorable. Oh, this photo's
no, it's
adorable.
adorable.
Oh.
My heart.
My heart.
That's so awesome.
Just take it.
I saw that screenshot.
I saw that screenshot.
Look at this photograph.
So
every time I
It
do
finished
it,
every time.
just a moment. That photo especially fucked me up. I have a photo exactly like that with me and my brother when he got deployed.
Oh.
Shit.
Oh, you okay?
I'm fine.
All right.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it!
Game.
How many,
New record.
how many months was this? We've been at this for
2.5.
quite a while.
2.5.
the whole summer, pretty much.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. So, before we get to the awards, one last final round of applause. We gave credit to all the cast members in the previous episode, so if you'd like to know the overall cast members, just go check out their episodes. I promise it's worth your time. For this episode, we had myself. I should have told Cyan ahead of time to give like the full cast list of everybody. I might be able to. Hold on. Let me see it. Let me see if it's hidden in here. Give me a sec.
It's all the time.
If it's there, it'll be in our DMs.
No, I'm checking our DMs. Discord is trying very hard because it's been a while.
Sliding into the DMs.
Yeah, no, Discord has been messing up all night, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I've noticed. I know, like with some of Cyan's lines, he was roboting a bit, and then I think with some of your lines too. At least for us here on Discord, they were roboting.
Okay. Okay, so I see case 1. All right, I might be able to do this. I'm gonna have to do some sleuthing of my own. Come on, Discord. All right. Case 1. Let me see if I put it in quotation marks. No, it's gonna jump me around. But what if I drag down? Yes, here we go. We had myself as Phoenix Wright. We had Emmy Ain as Maya Fey. We had Tez and occasionally Watashi Machine as Mia Fey. We had Cyan as Miles Edgeworth. BZ as the early Dick Gumshoe, and then eventually Jake Marshall. AKL, our ever-present judge throughout the entire thing. We had EXO as Larry Butts. We had AKL as Winston Payne. We had, and by the way, we had one of our volunteers. If you guys are able to remember who voiced the unique characters, I did place them as volunteers. So let me know. We had a volunteer voicing Mr. Side. So if you want,
that was me.
That was you. All right.
Yeah.
Who is me?
Alex.
Alex.
Wait, huh?
Mega Gamer Alex.
Yeah. Me.
Okay. We had Vim Deckless.
Also,
Go ahead.
fine.
All right, we had Vim Deckless as Marvin Grossberg. We had Tez as April May. We had a volunteer. First, our bellboy for tonight was DJ Amamiya. And then, does anyone remember who the original bellboy was?
I do not.
I'm not sure.
I don't think they're in the server anymore.
Vim was in
Vim.
episode 2.
Vim. Okay. Red White was Austin Lee Matthews. Case 3. Let me see if we have it. Yes, Case 3. Who did we have? I know I started marking it, so I just gotta find it. That is Case 5, Part 3. Case 3, KK Powers, KK Etchi as Will Powers, which, dude, you were so fitting in that role. You were amazing. Wendy Oldbag was Color Brews. Cody
I can watch that.
Cody Hackins was Incubus, right?
Yes.
Oh, the single best Cody Hackins I will ever hear in my lifetime was voiced by Incubus. Penny Nichols was Watashi Machine. AKL doubled as Salmonella.
No, I did not. That was
not.
a volunteer.
That was a volunteer. Oh, that's right.
Yes.
We ended up passing it off. Do we remember who Salmonella was?
Neither do I.
If anyone remembers, let me know. Otherwise, you can just check out the episode with Salmonella, or chat might remember. D. Vasquez. Who was our volunteer for D. Vasquez?
Oh my god.
Belphemont Henchman.
Yeah, it was Belphomet's henchman. That's correct. Baphomet's henchman. Congratulations on that. Case 4. The original ending to the main game. Where is it? Here we go. Manfred von Karma was your favorite Mike. Boat shop caretaker was a volunteer. Who'd we end up having for that?
I think it was me, and then somebody else took over because I was unavailable the next time he showed up.
Right, okay. Polly was Boomsday. I know that for a fact because she nailed that bird's voice so well. And
the Polly Perry this became a meme after that.
And Steelhelm ended up taking over as Godshoe for a while, and man, did he bring the fire in Case 5 as we brought on board our final crew for Case 5. The new characters were Asbel as Lana Sky, Fizz as Mike Meekins. We had various volunteers voicing Godshoe until Steelhelm came back and double troubled it as both Damon Gant and Gumshoe. We had Color Brews returning to voice Angel Star. Like I said previously, we had BZ as Jake Marshall. Who else am I forgetting?
Did you mention Emma?
Emma. Oh yeah. How could I? How could I forget? Emma Sky. Or yes, Emma Sky was Emmy Ain once again.
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
No. I'm good.
All right. I think that was everybody. Oh, I said Lana was Asbel, didn't I?
Okay. Yes, you did.
Yeah. I believe that is everyone.
That is.
So many names. That's at least like what, 20, 30 people, something like that, even if we don't include the volunteers.
Man. Now it's the hardest part of all.
The hardest part of all. Losing
Saying
even more
goodbye.
money. Oh, yes, that too. Likeable Brute. Do you own a copy of the Ace Attorney trilogy?
Oh, dang, Brute.
Brust.
It's Brust.
It's Brust.
Likeable Brust?
Likeable Brust. It's an
You do
in
not
joke
own
between
it.
me and.
Would you like a copy of it? for the console of your choice.
This game's winner is Bruce. Had to, I'm sorry.
I love.
And yes, I would like a copy. We've got our first winner.
Yeah.
I know we were above 75. There is no doubt about that. So our second winner is.
How does this happen?
All right, that's the chat telling me that I need to just pick all the names on this list and go into pickarandomname.org because I can't trust this motherfucker right now.
Technically, he doesn't own a copy yet.
Now
he's gonna own two.
Oh man.
All right. Teshente, are you still in the chat? And do you own a copy of the game yet? And if you don't, would you like to own a copy of the game on your console of choice? Teshente.
You can always copy and
Text
paste
it?
it into the chat.
Gee, Brew, your mom lets you have 2 copies?
It doesn't look like they might be still on. Teischente. Going once. Teshente going twice. Sonic Destroyer. Are there plans to dub the other 2 games? I have not thought that far ahead in the future. I'm grateful we even have another game lined up for when we're done with this one. So, all right, final call before it picks the next random name. And we have Cyan.
Cyan?
Do you own a copy of the game?
Do I own a copy of the game?
Of the trilogy? Do you own one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. DJ Amamiya.
Oh!
DJ's here.
DJ, do you own a copy of the game?
What? No, I just got back. I stepped away for a moment. What happened?
You're the second winner.
I do not.
Would you like a copy?
Bro, how long have you known me?
Okay, so no, we'll pull a new name.
What?
I need official confirmation. Would you like a copy of the game?
Yes, I would absolutely love the copy
Okay.
of the game.
And you are our second winner. And this is the potential. I'm pulling a third winner, but whoever accepts it, understand that this is tentative on if my stream summary says you averaged 150 people throughout the course of the stream, which I'm gonna be honest, we are at 140 right now, and that is affecting the average. So let's try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. Remastino, are you in the chat? Remastino going once.
Are you in the chat, Remastino?
I'm keeping an eye.
Remastino going twice. I'll pick a second name just to be safe. All right. Final call. In the meantime, Mega Gamer Alexiel, do you own a copy of the game?
Oh,
Wait, what?
frick.
What was that?
No, I do not.
Would you like a copy of the game?
Sure.
Okay, tentative.
Wait, hang
go
on.
ahead.
Besides Switch, what platforms is it on again?
Your choice. I believe
It's Switch and Steam.
So either Switch or Steam.
Switch, I guess.
Okay, this is tentative on if it says my average was 150, so if it is below, then it will not be handed out. You are aware of this?
I am very aware of that.
All right, cool. Well, guys, this is it. We finished at 9 p.m. We all get decent time tonight. I cannot thank everyone on the voice cast enough. Those of you who are in the chat, those of you who are in the voice call right now, even those of you who couldn't make it tonight. This was no small order, and it speaks to how much the community cares that we were able to do this from start to finish, and I cannot thank you enough for that. That's all I can say, really. It was everyone's group effort. So thank you, chat, for being here to enjoy it. Thank you for all the inside jokes. Thank you for all the fan art. I hope we'll see you guys on the next one. It's going to be a couple weeks before we come back. I will not be touching another live dub until Cold Steel 4 comes out, because right now my full focus is on Super Mario 3D All-Stars and then Trails of Cold Steel 1 through 3. And once we finish Super Mario 3D All-Stars, any days that would have been spent on that go right back to Cold Steel. Because I'm going to make sure that we finish Cold Steel 1 through 3 before Cold Steel 4 comes out, at any cost. Even if it means I end up doing 10-hour streams on Saturdays towards the end of the period. I will make it happen. But afterwards, when it comes back, after Cold Steel 4 comes out, our next live dub will be Deltarune. And if folks are comfortable with it, I'll hold a vote later in the future, but I am not opposed to doing what I did for Case 5 here, where we do a mix of pre-cast characters, audition cast characters, and volunteer slots. And I'll work that out. We have plenty of time. I'll work that out with you guys over the next several weeks. But thank you for making this channel possible. This is something that only can happen because of streaming. And I'll shut up. Is there anything you guys want to say?
I just want to thank everybody in the community and you and all the mods and Cyan for the opportunity to do something like this.
Yes. And I hope that everyone who took part in this feels like they were able to take part without judgment, without restriction, to just enjoy being part of a community project without feeling like they had to do it the right way.
Yeah, I feel like I just kind of tripped and fell, and all of a sudden, here's like 50 new friends to catch me, and I don't know what happened, but this was awesome, and I love you all. Thank you.
Not gonna lie, the way that I came into this live dub was almost ripped out of bed by my darling, saying, "Can you do a voice?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not? What kind of voice do you want me to do?" And Godshoe and such later, and Gumshoe and everything that came after it has been a blessing.
And
so
yes,
thank you so much.
And yes, Shido, Boomsday, everyone I see in chat who took part at some point, Zelda, I know you were in there at one point, all of you contributed to this. So know that the love and the support and the affection goes to every single person who added on to this, not just the people in voice chat right now. Whether or not you're part of a future live dub, it doesn't matter. You made this happen, and the VODs are proof. They are there, at least until Twitch eradicates them once this world gets destroyed. So...
That escalated really quickly.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think all I've got to say is goodbye. And
I
see
think
you next
Sakura's
time.
been trying to say something too, but the mic's not coming.
Sakura,
through.
go ahead. What were you going to say while I figure out someone to raid?
Like, I see the green circle.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, their mic is garbled to hell.
Sakura, do you have your volume turned up? It might be the same as with Mega Gamer Alexiel.
Oh, Alex is fine.
Well, now he is.
Nothing. Are you able to type it?
I hear noises.
Alright. You're coming in, but your sensitivity might be set too high. See if you can set it a little bit lower. Also, would you guys hold it against me if I had us, since we finished Ace Attorney and our next live dub will be Undertale, or Deltarune, would you be opposed if I wanted to raid Real Chris one last time? Because he's playing Undertale?
Go.
Do it. Yeah, sure.
Undertale, Deltarune.
Well, Sakura, I hate to do it to you, but I don't want to linger too much longer because I feel like we're hurting Alexiel's chances. Please, feel free to send it to me on Discord and I'll share it in announcements so that everyone can see what you wanted to say. But here's the Discord. I hope you guys will join me for future events. Really, all that remains is to send some love back to the man who made Case 5 solvable, Miles Edgeworth.
Oh, what a beautiful way to end it.
Yeah. Guess you could probably say turnabout ending.
Right?
Yeah, we need a raid call, something.
Helping us solve Case 5. So, here, that's my raid phrase, is thanks for helping us solve Case 5. And if he asks about it, just let him know that we finished the live dub, and the stage is set for his character's spin-off game. Who knows, Cyan? Maybe one day you'll get to be the lead.
Oh boy, I sure hope so. That'd be amazing.
Alright, guys. This is us officially signing off. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Trust me, it's already been quite an experience.
I believe you.
But thank you, everyone. Get some rest. Take care of yourselves. I'm off to do some more voiceover work because I couldn't do it yesterday. And I'll see you tomorrow evening for the stream.
Yeah. Break all the legs, Sean.
Oh shit, I got 2 also!
Good luck.
Go get him.
It's time to play Vidget games. Off I go.
Thank you again. Thank you again, everyone. Let's raid. Let's raid.
I'll get him.